Good afternoon, folks. Welcome back. We are into the afternoon session of the UK Open 2026. My name is Joseph Bennett. I'm going to be your anchor today. I managed to get about half of game one in, and then games 2 and 3, my tech issues were just utterly overwhelming, and I was sat here like a lemon, not doing a hell of a lot. Very upsetting because game 2 we had Donna Stanton, a good friend of mine. Game 3 we had the one and only Mr. Dweeb O Vision. There were some crazy players coming down. Dweeb went out with Oxidable. I was sitting here thinking I would be losing my mind if I could commentate on this, but alas, it was not to be. But these are teething issues as we are still very new to all this tech stuff. However, for the afternoon session, I'm very pleased to be joined by a good friend of mine, an up-and-coming player.
That's one way of putting it, yes.
Natalie Zolty. Hi, Natalie. How are you doing?
Hi, good, thank you. Hopefully still up and coming, but possibly more like going, but yes. Hi, Joseph. Yeah, good. Glad that you're back for the afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've got quite a wide-ranging audience already, thanks to the marketing that's gone on behind the scenes. So for those who don't know, do you want to just give a little introduction to yourself and your Scrabble career?
Okay, yeah. Well, my name's Natalie Zolty. I'm a bit of a latecomer perhaps to the Scrabble scene. I've been playing competitively for about 12, 13 years. Came into it obviously came into it late, thinking I might just give a tournament a bit of a go. Not going to get too into it. Next thing I knew, I was playing just about all the time on the committee for the ABSP, involved in just about everything. So I absolutely love it. Yeah, I've played loads of tournaments. I'm gutted not to be playing this weekend. Sadly, I work on Monday. Be here commentating instead. Next best thing. Yeah, that's nice. About it, I guess, for me.
Great. No, that's lovely. Thank you for the introduction. So we will move on, and Harshan has opened with Spidery.
Right, just one moment. Okay.
Mo is not going to be best pleased to see that when he's playing one of the world's best players on stream, but it is what it is. He's not got a terrible rack himself, Mo, so he should be right. It's early days.
He hasn't, but looking at the time, that obviously went down pretty quickly, so it's not really what you want to see, is it, when you're, like you say, up against one of the world's best players who's had the most amazing year last year and is presumably looking to better it even this year.
Yeah, Natalie, would you say it's fair to say that Harshan is basically untouched right now on the UK scene?
I would, yeah, he is, isn't he? Looking at last year, he just took pretty much all the main titles last year. He's drawn into another bonus, which is almost certainly going to play. He's got he's got a 7 onto the S and 8, so it's going to be a really tough start for Mo in this game. Does Mo actually have a playable bonus there? I'm not seeing anything. It's one of those awkward racks where it looks like there's probably an 8, but
equally inspiring.
No.
Yeah.
No, tricky. You'd be looking to shed the V, very probably keep something like ERST. The H is also a useful tile, but at the same time, he needs to score something. He can't afford. Spider is a 84. He can't afford to slip too far behind.
That's right. I quite like the idea of playing Every onto the Y, setting up an R front hook that he's not yet holding, but he's already at quite a hefty deficit, so it'd be good to introduce some volatility early on.
He does need to get a bonus in pretty early, though, doesn't he? It looks like he might be looking at just putting VE, making VEE. I think that's a reasonable move, even though it doesn't score. He can't actually score very much. I think I agree with his choice of VEE. EHRST is such a strong leave. He's hopefully still going to have a vowel to play through. He's still got that I there. So I think that's a strong leave for a bonus next time. He's not to know that Harshan's sitting there with another bonus on his rack. Harshan is a very measured player. A lot of people would just be sticking well, I've said that now, he's going to put it down quite quickly, but a lot of people would just be sticking markings straight onto the board. But he does tend to have a really good think about even what looks like fairly straightforward moves, just in case he's missing something better.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, in fact, his only bingo.
Yeah, before that, presumably he had remaking.
To work that out, but as Natalie said, he paid due diligence.
So what do we think? I think that looks quite hopeful for Mo. It looks hopeful. I think he's been given, and he's lining it up. He has indeed been given one of the floaters that he needs, and he spotted that really quickly.
Yeah, like Harshan on his turn just gone, Mo has one and precisely one bingo available to him. Looks like he has found that, and that's going to introduce a hell of a lot of volatility to this board, which Mo needs because he's already essentially he's two bingos behind. So,
and just at the time when he's going to introduce volatility, we've got Harshan with the J, the X, and a blank on his rack. So although he's very unlikely to be bonusing, he's going to be scoring big somewhere. Yeah. So after the bonus, it's going to be 153 to Harshan and 86 to Mo. So he's still got a good lead. Mo just thinking in case he's missed anything else. Mo has plays in Sierra Leone quite a lot. He represented them. He's actually been national champion there 2023, so 2 years ago. One of their most prominent players, does an awful lot for the game there. Between them, they haven't actually played each other that often certainly on ABSP records. They've actually only met 6 times previously, with Mo winning 2, so pretty decent record. 2 out of 6 against Harshan. I think I would be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering whether Mo is second guessing himself with this bingo.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. Is he thinking it's 2 L's? Oh, wow. What's he doing there? Oh, no, that's a shame. What a shame. It's so hard when you're on the street thinking, I don't want to play a phony. Yeah, and next thing you know, you've talked yourself out of a bonus. So you're right, yes.
Yeah, easily done. I think what's happened, as Natalie said, is he's probably thought it has to be played with 2 hours. And in case we didn't actually, the bingoable 2 Mo was in thrall with 1 L through the A of markings. Also good with 2 L's, I believe. Must be.
Yes. When I was playing Harshan on stream,
yes, it is,
again, it's so hard not to have it going through your head that I'm on stream and it's Harshan, and I had the choice of hotted or tothered, and I knew that one of them was valid and one wasn't, and on stream I picked the wrong one. Probably would have been fine on another occasion, but no, picked the wrong one on stream, so it is really difficult. Yep. Yeah, and unfortunately, Mo's rack not looking so good after that. So what sort of things could Harshan be contemplating? I'm just looking. He probably won't be wanting to use
if he's go ahead and forego the bingo, he might have.
I think he's broken.
I was just going to say Mo might have wanted to play.
Yeah.
Erne, which is Henry in reverse, which he probably knows, setting up his S hook. And this is fantastic from Harshan. He's playing what Quackle says is the top move.
Brilliant, yeah. So he has used his blank, but what a score with it. Plus the J is the one that you want to get rid of rather than the X. Lovely. Yeah, really nice. 66 points. What do you think about? He could have played Jaw on top of Henry for 41. So 25 points extra for the blank. What do you think? Do you think it's worth it for the 25? Given that he has a big lead already. I guess Dumont has the advantage that he's taken out he wants to kill that triple lane as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And yeah, Quackle likes Dumont. Yeah, wax. Another option, or Jaw on top of Henry.
So Mo sitting on precisely 0 fouls. He's lined up foot T. I don't know if that is actually playing anywhere at this point. He does have a quote-unquote standout play, according to Quackle, in the sense that it's the only one that gives him above 1% winning chance, which is Plinth.
Right.
Through that eye, he's just got to shed as many of these consonants as possible.
Plinth looks like the play if he spots
He's lining
it.
up through Henry, which I like, setting up his S. He needs something crazy to happen already in this game. So I like this, actually, to be fair.
Hept was another option there, but yeah, help to shed the duplicate T's, but help looks good.
And the thing about Hept is I think it's heaped past particle, so it doesn't actually take the
S. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah.
And double T kept with SN is not horrendous. So yeah, I respect this play. I like it.
When you're keeping your leave, obviously you're looking at what floaters there are on the board as well. It's just really the eye at the moment.
Harshan,
at least
who's sitting on.
There is a vowel. Yeah, not so nice, really. But he is 219, plays 54, so just needs to take some points with the XI.
Yep. Alternatively, he's considering Dewey off the J. Quackle's got those two players neck and neck, so yeah, I like this play.
I like that, yeah.
What do you think the benefits are of XI over Dewey?
I'm just trying to think what the benefits are, actually. I'm wondering if it scores a bit more. It's 38 as opposed to 30, so 8 points, significant. Positionally, I don't know. Not a lot to choose, I would say. But yeah, it scores more points.
No, I mean, they're both set up as sevens lanes, so I think it's pretty much the score, isn't it?
That's right, they do. Oh, Mo has been really punished for that enthrall miss. His rack has not been good since then. Not what he wants to see. I think surely he's going to be looking for an exchange, maybe. I think I'd be throwing things in at this point. Yeah, he is. He's exchanging. Would you keep that many consonants? What do you think? He's kept 4 consonants there, 2 S's and N and a T.
Do you know what? Quite possibly. Well, from his POV, there's 35 vowels to 28 consonants in the pool, so I don't hate this choice, to be fair.
I think I probably would have kept the S's, even though duplicate S's are not twice as good as one. But I think I might have put back the N or the T. Well, he's got a vowel anyway, so yeah. Better.
Yeah.
Is Harshan going to play something like, oh, no, nice. I was just wondering whether he was going to play something like Weenie or something, but even better, he's keeping
Okay, but Harshan, he's
nice
put down pretty quickly. This
type
is
letters.
solid FT play.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Interesting on Mo's previous move, Quackle's quite liking QINS through the eye of Spidery, which looking at it, keeping GNST is quite reasonable. Just needs to draw perhaps another I or a couple of vowels, and that would have been a nice rack. So maybe it wasn't necessarily an exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Mo's got to be pleased to see the Z. He's going to need a miracle at this point, and that might be something like a bingo with the Z as a starter, and then say drawing into the blank. But unfortunately, he's just not got the vowel consonant ratio, and unbeknownst to him, he's going to get hit again. Believably,
I know, with another bonus that's going to go, isn't it? Yeah, very unlikely to be blocked, and it's lined up. Just for anybody listening that doesn't know, we keep referring to Quackle. So there are various types of software, various software programs that players use to analyse what is the best play, in inverted commas, all sorts of things. Quackle is probably the one that's most commonly used by top players to look at their play, what they should have done. It works on a combination of things. It looks at what you're scoring, what's left on your rack, and also positionally, what have you left open for your opponent? What it doesn't do is any sort of inferring based on your opponent's previous move. And obviously any human things that you might pick up from any tells that they might give. I'm just wondering why the S has gone down there. Okay. So SOZ. Do you think he's doing that because he's still aiming for a bonus at the bottom? I'm guessing so.
he must be. I think, if possible, there may have been some merit in just holding on to the Z because, as I said, he just needs some crazy high scoring bingo, ideally at this point, and he's going to get that with the Z. One way of doing that was jobs off the J, setting up a fairly weak sevens lane, but a new one.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, something that we noticed in Nigel.
Because
and there we go, yeah. Something we noticed in Nigel's games that in more recent tournaments is how often he holds onto the Z rather than takes what looks like obvious points, but maybe not enough points. It's become really valuable these days, the Z, and he seems to hang on to it for mega points, which always seems to work out somehow. So yeah, maybe letting the Z go there for a little bit too cheaply.
Yeah, quite possibly. Understandable play though.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah. Now back to Mo. He's actually sitting on a 7.
He is, yeah.
Not the easiest find by any stretch.
Just looking to see if it actually plays.
It plays in 2 spots. And
oh, yes.
2 spots, and one of them is a 6-tile overlap, which would be absolutely outstanding.
It would. Wow, I've just spotted it. Yeah, really difficult. That would be amazing. A lot easier to spot when you're on top at the start of the game than when you're on the back foot.
Yeah. So the 7 that Mo is sitting on is Ob Tons. That plays as a 5-tile overlap for 91 above linear, or for 81 as a 6-tile overlap in the same spot. He'd probably be wanting to do, well, obviously 10 points extra, and it sets up a much better sevens lane with ON, puts an S out in space. First, he needs to find it.
I don't think he's looking. It's quite an odd structure, isn't it? So he's looking at more obvious things like bound and doubt, and it's a strange structure. Quite common in some games to see wrong hooks onto the end of lineate. I'm pretty sure he's not going to do that, but yeah. Linear only taking one tile on the back end of it. Something that I definitely did in a few games earlier on, hooking the wrong letter onto linear.
One point of interest, which is helpful
That's the
for
peril of
remembering
not-
that linear doesn't take the S, is that adjectives that end in ate are it's not stressed ate on the end, it's just ut, so lineate. Same with rosia.
Okay.
Yeah, which can help.
Definitely.
I meant to say a minute ago, quite a funny point from Jean-Claude Rox in the chat saying 203 behind and your best option is chins for 13. Pretty much sums it up for Mo.
Yes. I know. Yeah. So has it paid off that?
Dub.
Yeah. So Mo's wrap looking
if you're not going to find optons. Yeah.
It's paid off.
And he's got the O for OBE at the top. So that's something.
He's got unblockable sevens. Let's see. It's just fingers crossed that he spots these. Harshan's wrap, a little bit awkward, not the nicest combination. He just needs to be 240 odd ahead, 239 ahead. Just needs to keep scoring. Is he looking at def underneath the BE, which would score really nicely? Or gof, where would that be? I'm a little bit concerned that Mo has not got either of his bonuses lined up, unless he's just trying to sort of look like his letters are separate.
Harshan's also got an absolutely gorgeous play of Aga, AGHA, in help for 33. That'd be a hell of a find. Gives absolutely nothing away. Clears up his rack. Pretty much does everything he could possibly want. And
yeah.
Style points on top of it.
Yes. He's gone for def, which is 33 points, and takes out all the lanes through those three floaters at the end of the.
He's gone with def.
Letters at the end of linear. Yep.
Yeah.
Oof. So
def
2
also
sevens
doesn't
in
take a back S. It is only an adjective, so completely clogs the board.
Yeah, another one I often get wrong in my card box. It's fades and safed is the other one, SAFED, so no S on def. I would be hoping one of these bonuses would go down quite fast. Unless I'm mistaken, there's 2 bonuses there. So difficult when you're 270 behind and you've got to think clearly. No.
Yeah.
Not finding those under pressure.
So the 2 sevens on my track are Testoon and Tossstone. He's also got 2 through the P in Spidery of Topstone. Or, very interesting, he could have played Potstone for face value, what we might call an airball.
Yes.
Only 62 points, but it is quite good. It's only above 0% winning chance, because it puts the E in 7th in the triple. So it would have been interesting on that. But he's gone.
Harshan taking out that S lane at the bottom. He's not going to leave that there any longer. Once he's got the S in his rack, he's not bothered about keeping the Q. Just take that lane out. And Mo has an 8 now from the T, if he spots it. I think the pressure must be huge because he absolutely knows these words. It's got to be some stream nerves here when you're playing Harshan. I can just imagine, and you're 300 points behind. It's not nice. Oof, look at Harshan's rack as well. Just as well, he doesn't really mind at this point, but... I feel really bad for Mo. I would just be wanting to walk off a stream at this point. Resign. Okay, so the 8 that he has got is Torments. He's not lining it up at the moment. Is he going to... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Goodness. Right, so a few points back. Harshan looking here to build up some big spread at the start of the tournament, because in the latter stages, spread often is going to matter. It's not just about the wins. It's can he build up some spread and keep well ahead. So Torment has gone down for 83 points, bringing Mo up to 203. Harshan on 420. I think we've possibly lost Joseph at the moment, but I shall carrying on looking at that terrible. Well, I thought Harshan was going to play quickly then. He's looking at the new word UWU, which leaves him QUAO, which is not so bad. Q with the U is obviously good. And Qs tend to eat vowels, so keeping more vowels with the Q is fine. And it fits in really nicely there at the top, UWU. I made the mistake of hooking an S onto, I can't remember whether it was that or whether it was OWO, but I hooked an S onto one of them, which was very costly in a game a little while ago. They don't take an S. Useful new words for dumping those horrible tiles, as long as you remember not to stick an S on the end. So I'm wondering if this is sort of indicative of how Mo's feeling that his tiles are not the right way up there. He's just getting them in order now. Not the nicest combination when he needs bonuses urgently. Blank still unseen. What are his possibilities from there? He's 240 odd behind. He could take some points by playing something like 5, making EFF. Really risk. Just absolutely throw it open, stick an E into the 9-timer lane. The trouble is you just know that Harshan's going to kill any 9-timer. But it's a nice leave as well. It's a nice ACE leave. Okay, he's gone with Jive. 28 points, keeping face. It could turn into something. And Harshan, lots of vowels with his QU there, but it looks like almost close to various bonuses. The thing with Harshan as well, it's so much about stamina. These tournaments, they're so long, and I find the mental energy is absolutely exhausting. So at this point, if I'm 200 and something ahead, I probably start coasting and don't think as clearly as I should do. I can guarantee that Harshan is not doing that. I will probably just be playing, not exactly whatever, but playing, just keep scoring and know that I'm going to get the win in this game. Harshan will not be doing that. He's got the stamina, and he will be looking for his best move. He's got plenty of time as well. He's got double the time. So QUAI going down, that looks good. AIOR is a reasonable leave. We've still got lanes on this board, and Mo is not going to be closing the board down in any way. He's going to need it kept open. So Harshan's still in with a chance of a bonus, with a blank to come. Interestingly, Quackle quite liked holding on to the QU at that point and perhaps playing off some of the vowels, but that also looks fine. So Mo has got the blank. Oh, goodness knows what he's lining up on his rack there. Probably best not to think about what he might be putting as the blank there. But has he actually got playable bonuses? Quite awkward. He has a couple of playable bonuses, but they are not the easiest to spot. Apologies that I can't actually see the YouTube chat. He has
Yeah, I
got
don't
a
know whether
bonus
this
through the
alignment
R
on his
with
rack, whether he's
spidery.
having a
Really
laugh with
lovely
us
spot,
at this
not one I
point,
don't
or
think I would be spotting it. A normal word,
genuinely
but
thinking
just
that
not a place you would be looking. And he's got more of a Scrabble type word through the I, but only 6 minutes on his clock and not the easiest under pressure to find a bonus. I think he's just going to go for another play. And he's gone for fact, yeah, into the 9-timer lane, which we know that Harshan is just going to kill. You never get away, unfortunately, with a 9-timer at this point, unless you can somehow get 2 lanes, two of them open. Harshan not drawn too badly. He's got too many vowels. This is going to be amazing. He has actually got a bonus through the disconnect. So if he has been studying his 9s, which I'm sure he will have done, there's a chance here for a bonus, which will be an absolute killer. And he's got plenty of time to think about it. I suspect he's going to take his time over this move. There's a chance of an 80-point bonus there. Apologies for not being able to see the chat. I'd be interested to know if anybody's spotted this bonus in the chat. It's got to be fairly high probability, I would say, as far as 9s go. And he's doing Harshan doing some admin work there. The tiles in the bag, from his point of view, must look fairly bonus friendly. So, wow, he's going to play it. Amazing. That's, wow, surely that's going to get a challenge. Even though it looks like a brilliant spot. 80 points, yeah, it looks like it's going for a challenge. Yeah, they're challenging. Harshan using his phone there for the challenge. Mo must be absolutely gutted to see that go down. So 85 points. Amazing spot there. So paid off really well. Harshan keeping that AIOR. And the almost 9-timer. I think at this point, if I'm Mo, I'm completely unable to think and see any bonus from that rack. He has been, there's a new 7s lane been made for him. And he has got 7s. He's got one fairly normal word type 7, but not something that you would learn as a Scrabble player. A nice compound word there that he could score 90 points. So if anybody can spot that one. A couple of possibilities, but not much time. So he did have the word I, EYE, at one point on his rack. He's taken that off again. If he just kept that there and worked with his other letters. Harshan hit with some rubbish, but not going to matter. Just 2 tiles in the bag. Willing Mo to see this, the 90-point word. Sometimes I think if you do a lot of Scrabble study, I know for me, I do a lot of card boxing and I completely miss normal words very often because I just don't look for them. He has a bonus off the P as well. That's the P in helps. There's a pretty tricky word and a tricky place. That would be a surprising spot. And one through the I that he might know as a Scrabble study word. So I can't see the YouTube chat, but I'm presuming people have probably said this by now, that eye bath is his word that he's got down to the left of seriation for 90 points. And then from the P, he has petabyte, making endably. But it's, yeah. Ooh. And he has spotted, that's the Scrabble study word, iron bite, or ayon bite, not quite sure how you say it. But yeah, nice. So he has spotted his bonus, 66 points. It's just face value, but a bonus nonetheless, taking him up to 321. And Harshan, having won easily, will no doubt be spending the time to work out his best endgame. Mo with 2 tiles on his rack is going to be playing out next time. So Harshan will have been looking anyway, but now he's going to look at what possible new spots he's been given by Mo's play. And interestingly, that's where his best play is, one of the new spots that Mo has given him. Looks like he might be spotting it fairly quickly. Not yet. Right, he's just lining them up alphabetically to have another look at possible words. Obviously, the first thing you would be doing is looking at whether you can block your opponent from going out, but with L and I, Mo's got lots of options, so Harshan is just going to get one more turn. So he needs to look at what he can score, taking away deductions for what he's keeping, and also what Mo can score. So a little bit of a one-sided game. I guess it was always going to be after that big start, but there's been some interesting plays, some really nice words on the board, especially that 9. That's excellent. I think that means Harshan is unbeaten. I think he was on 3. I'm just going to pop over and have a look at the standings. So before that game, there were 6 players unbeaten, and very impressive straight away. DONA is indeed his best move. Point making ADZ. I think it's 34. So yeah, that's his best. But yeah, Harshan unbeaten still, and getting quite a nice amount of spread out of this game. Mo can only score 6 points with his LI at the most. Harshan with quite a lot of time left on his clock. He has had some nice letters, made some great plays. So lots of time left. Is Mo still looking? Yeah. Yeah, that's his best, is just 6 points. Obviously hoping for a few more, but 6 points is his best score. And it's gone down. So Harshan not quite making 600, but winning with, I believe, 580. It's all right, Quackle does it slightly differently. So I think 578 points, I believe, for Harshan. Yeah, they're just checking the scores. And 339, yeah, they're just checking through a few of the scores. But Harshan wins by 250, 47 points anyway. Mo was on 2 games to 1, 2 games won and 1 game lost before that, so it puts him on even now at 2-2. In some ways, the first day of the tournament, as long as you sort of hang on in there and get an even number and don't get too much of a negative spread, the first day is just all about finding your feet. Positions can change an awful lot in the next 2 days. So much of it is about the stamina. Harshan off to a great start, but in previous tournaments he has been lurking and actually not done all that well on the first day, particularly at the big MGI tournament this year. He was not in a good position at all after the first day, and just came up through the ranks and to win the tournament at the end. Obviously, not going for that tactic this time. He's straight in there with 4 straight wins. Yeah. Mo in good spirits. I don't think I'd be quite so jolly, I have to say, after the game. But yeah, probably thinks just one of those games where it just didn't go his way. Yeah, good attitude. Just take a photo of it, have a look at it later, and move on. Right, we are going to cut to a break now. I'm hoping to get Joseph back after the break. We will try and find out what's happened.
Welcome back, folks. We are returning to round 5 of the UK Open 2026 here in Reading. This round we have 2 Grandmasters meeting. We have the 2020 champion of the UK Open, Ed Martin, who now resides in Sweden, versus stalwart game Femi Awowade. And I'm joined once again by Natalie. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, looking forward to this one. Looks like a great matchup. A little bit of some great banter going on between the two before the game. I was just checking again their head-to-head stats, some amazing head-to-head. Have you had a look at all, Joseph? So they have played 17 times, according to the ABSP database. Like to have a guess what the stats are? Or 17 games between the two of them?
I would imagine Ed's on 10-7, something like that.
No, 8.5 each. 8.5 each.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
I'm not sure when the last time was. I'd have to check, but yeah. So absolutely neck and neck on stats. Ed, obviously living in Sweden, doesn't play in the UK so much these days, but he does come over for these big events. And as you said, often doing really well at them as well. So it's going to be a good one. Right, just looking at, they looks like, and yeah, Ed has started, drawn his first rack. Slightly awkward combination. He has a B, 3 E's, JPT. Presumably he's going to be looking to get rid of the J. Jeep looks like the pretty obvious standout move, but he's having a think about it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there's much to think about here.
No.
Yeah.
What do you think about the placement? How do you think you would have placed it? Does that look? I think the placement, I would place it where he has given. Sorry, go on. Femi has immediately cashed in on it.
It's the placement I would have done, but there's arguments for elsewhere on the stream. Femi immediately coming down with ZE.
Yeah. And having ditched the 1P, Ed has drawn the other one. I was going to say previously the B and the P, not a particularly nice combination together. Okay, apologies if it went a bit quiet for a moment there. So, yeah. So he's getting rid of both the B and the P at once with BAP. Looks good to me. Tube was another option, TUBAE, in the same place, which would have scored more. Got rid of some, left him obviously with a less value leave, so probably preferable. But taking the points there for BAP and hoping for some consonants. Fair scoring tiles there, nothing leaping out. The Y that he's got, obviously all the B, looking like it will go rather nicely in that triple letter spot underneath the JA. So he's got to be looking at something playing across, doing that. Something maybe just like bay or hay or There's still reasonable leaves. So he's lined up bay on his rack. I think I would have already decided I want the Y to go down there. Okay, so he's going for hay, possibly because he wants to keep the T as a front hook, H-E-Y. No, the T is going down as well. That's the most that he can score, 43 points. Leaves keeping 2 vowels and a consonant. It seems fine. I think bay or hay slightly preferred by Quackle, just for the slightly more balanced leave, keeping the ITE. But that looks fine. And 87 points. Now for Femi. So Ed's vowely, slightly keeping the vowels there. Unfortunately, didn't work out all that well. He's got rather vowely looking rack there. Got to keep scoring at this point in the game, keep scoring and keep some nice tiles to hit with the first bonus. And he's a little way off that. One thing that he could do just for some turnover, he could play something like Gatto through the T of they. Keeping ET, only scores 16 points, but that's okay at this stage. Turn over some tiles. Well, turnover is not a primary concern. You are always looking for those S's and blanks. None of them on the board so far. So I think I would be tempted by a play like Gatto for the 16 points. Scores are close at the moment. Keeps you in touch and get rid of some of those not so nice tiles there. Other options, if he wants to score a little bit more, he can make ZEA, so he could play something like Gape there, keeping AETU. I'm not a huge fan of keeping the 3 vowels, but it's a better score, so that'll be 22 points. Or even put the A on the front, Agape. And he's going for Gatto. I like that play. Just hold on to the ET. Nope, change of heart. Okay, yeah, it is close between the different plays. And he's changed his mind and he's going for Agape. So he's seeing the best options there. The thing that Agape does is obviously open up that access to that triple 30, 40 points fairly easily, but he has kept some reasonable tiles on his rack. Femi has got bailiffs lined up with a missing eye, and unfortunately hasn't been given the eye that he needs for it. But he should be able to score. Hopefully he can get one of those high scoring letters onto that triple. He has got a very nice 5-letter word onto the from the triple at the top. So a 5-letter word down, hooking on to the front of hooking on that A, without using his S as well. Not a very common word that comes up. Is he going to see it? So he has gone for B-I-F-F-A. As far as I'm aware, that's not a word. Yeah, there we go, challenge. So the word that he had there, which he's possibly going to see, although I don't think that spot will stay, the word that he had there was B-L-A-F-F, blaff, which would have been 56 points. Possibly getting mixed up. I think Biffo, B-I-F-F-O, is okay. So possibly some confusion with that there. And B-I-F-F-A coming off the board. Always difficult to kind of regain your composure once a phony has been played. You've got to just move on from it. Think, well, I'm still ahead. One turn, I've got fairly good scoring tiles, just move on. Right, would Ed now be looking? Ed's not got particularly nice tiles. He's still got too many vowels. Will he be looking to use that spot just in case? Because he knows that Femi's got some high scoring tiles, and maybe he'll realise what he wanted to play and come up with a word that ends in the F that fits their tricky situation. From Ed's point of view, Femi could quite easily find a valid word and score 40, 50 points there. Scores at the moment absolutely neck and neck. The most I think that Ed could actually score is 31 points. Which is not play, yeah, and play audit. Given those chunky constants that he's in on Femi's rack, he needs to use that. 23 points for audit. So, double letters not always, well, generally not great to have duplicates. I don't actually mind the double F. And Femi is doing, I think, possibly, let's see what goes down there. Is he going for bails or fails? Okay, he's gone for fails. I think Quackle's actually saying slightly better to put bails there and keep the double F, possibly because the BF combination is not really very nice, whereas you do get double F in words perhaps a little bit more often. So it's gone for bails. Nice score though, 45 points. I know some players like to hold on to S's, definitely worth playing the S in that case, significantly more points than leaving it off. And it's the first one on the board, so he could have a reasonable hope of drawing another one. Ed has continued with his rather vowely racks there. Still not drawn a bonus. And Femi just slightly ahead, 132 to 108 points. He can score some points with his K. I'm thinking would be probably the thing to do. So he could play something like oak, end up making the TAK, which is getting rid of his duplicate O's. He's not going to be too worried about using his E. There are plenty to come. Having a good think about this. It is not a tricky move. There's not a straightforward move, I should say. Lots of options there. He can score 45 points with something like oiks in that position, O-I-K-S. The downside possibly is playing the TAK. Obviously, things will hook fairly easily on the end of TAK, an A, an I, an E. So Femi could easily score another 30 or so, maybe straight back again. Fails, playing something like fails hasn't really given anything away about Femi's rack. He could have anything at this point. Can't really infer much from there. Well, he knows he has the other F from and the B actually from the BIFFA play, so he probably thinks not probably Femi unlikely to be getting a bonus. Ed using quite a lot of time. Quackle liking Kois, K-O-I-S, making T-A-I. Okay, interesting. So interestingly, E-U-O-I. Right, not one of the standard plays at this point, just because it scores quite a lot less than the other plays. But maybe having so many vowels time after time. he's finally decided time to get rid of some of them. So only 14 points, quite a big point sacrifice on that move. And Femi drawn into A, he's 10 points ahead. Clunky, difficult consonants there. No bonuses yet in this game. Neither of them racks has really fallen into place yet for bonuses. And the lanes will probably start to disappear. So it could be looking at a cagey game. I'm really sorry. I think I possibly said some wrong moves. I'd managed to put fails rather than put bails rather than fails into Quackle. So possibly Ed didn't have those choices that I said last time. Do beg your pardon for playing underneath. And Barn is the standout choice there just for a score. FOV is obviously not a nice lead, but you cannot really turn down 38 points. So yeah, taking the 38 points there, that's got to be done. And Ed has got a horrible WU combination, which you're always looking to break up. And without thinking too much, he's getting rid of the WU, getting rid of the duplicate I's, and scoring points there, all in one go with BUIK, Buick. Really nice. Definitely the best move there. So, Ed on 152, Femi on 172. Some truly awful combinations coming out. Nowhere near a bonus, unless I'm missing something extremely obscure. No ease, no really nice combinations. Femi's got to be just looking mostly to score at this point. Nothing is going to give him a very nice leave. There's a 29-point move just using 2 tiles, which I don't know if he might consider, which is just a UVA, making TARA. Leaves, it's actually coming out as a top choice. Leaves him with WHOOF, which at least is a word that might play somewhere. I think that looks a good move, but perhaps not an obvious one to spot. He might also be wanting to go for a bit more tile turnover. No blanks seen yet. If he doesn't see that, he's got things like a vow to get rid of the VMW. Right, he's lined up the WHWF, so possibly he is looking to play the UVA. Apologies if you're not seeing it all lined up quite at the same time that I'm saying it. I'm just wondering if this game is all going to take off at some point with both blanks to come. There's a lot of nice letters still to come. It may all just explode at some point. Okay, so Half, HOWF is going down, keeping Arvo. Just 20 points for that. Gets rid of some of the clunky tiles. Puts him on to 192. AVO with the right tiles got the possibility to turn into something reasonable. Ed's rack messed up there by the W, so I'm wondering, I think I would be tempted to play off. One possibility is just to play WO, just down to the right of HOWF. For 25, CDINS, I'm hoping that if he draws an E, there's a lot of E's to come, is reasonable. Reasonable leave. The truth is that we are going to be running out of places to hook an S. So if he does draw an S bonus, it may not be. Yeah, that was another. That's his best scoring move. He's actually going for his best scoring move. I think there's a lot of justification for this, going for disown. Really nice. Chase those nice tiles, and 36 points when he's behind brings him right up to within 4 points of Femi, and a good chance of drawing those goodies that are still to come. So that looks really good. And Femi, it gets quite tiring, I think, when you're playing and you're just faced with difficult combinations one after the other. It's so much easier if you've got retains type letters on your rack. It's a lot to think about each time. Femi, really difficult combination. He's still got that UVA play, although I'm not sure whether he considered it or not. I think he's going straight for VROUW. Getting rid of those difficult letters, scoring 22 points, but closing the board down at V, a blocker there. It's getting to be quite a difficult board for bonuses. Any S bonus that goes on to disown is just going to open the triple lane. Bonuses from the K at the bottom, not so easy. So really the area to the left of audit is what's left for opening up for bonuses. Right, Ed's rack not looking, I was going to say not looking too bad, and I hadn't actually spotted that. Very nice. So he has in fact got an 8-letter bonus. Very nice play there. 63 points there for Ed for monocrat. Lovely play. Not in my repertoire at the moment. I think I know Eurocrat and Theocrat and a few others, but I had not thought of monocrat, so really good play there. Puts Ed 251 points, playing Femi's 214, and definitely got game on. Femi has got the first blank and a decent combination, definitely at least one playable bonus there. He's actually got 2 playable bonuses for a similar number of points. One onto disown, which is by far the more risky one. Opening up the triple lane. And another one coming down from the N of monocrat. I'm always interested and slightly put off as well when I'm playing and players are doing a lot of admin on their sheets. I do wonder what are they doing. I'm always sure they're thinking of something really, really clever that I haven't thought of. I don't think he would be tracking, because I think he has been tracking as he's gone along, but maybe he is just checking his tracking there. They've both got quite a lot of time left. Just while they're looking, I'm just looking to see where they are in terms of the tournament at the moment. So Femi off to a great start. He is on 4 wins at the moment. Tournament rating of 202. That means that he's playing, well, tournament rating is an indication of how people are playing. So he is playing as if he was rated 102 so far, the first 4 games of the tournament, which is well above his actual rating. So really off to a flying start there. Ed on 2-2, so a mixed start for him, very early days. And Daggers, looks like it is going down. Daggers and Disowns, I believe. I'm aware that you are slightly lagged probably on the YouTube, but yeah, Daggers for 74 points going down, putting him into the lead. The other bonus that he had was Nigards, N-I-G-G-A-R-D-S for 72 from the N. A safer play. But he's in luck. Obviously with the X out there, Daggers potentially quite dangerous, but Ed back to the racks of vowels, unfortunately for him, and not going to be able to score very much. He is 37 points behind. He's got to be looking, presumably, to parallel as many of those letters to the right of Daggers as he can. He's got to take that spot out and just try to score as much as he can down there. Hopefully to level the scores or bring them close again. You can't actually do very much. Another option would be to play to the left of Daggers, making Vig. So Quackle is coming up with a very conservative, perhaps, option of just playing 2 E's. So just playing double E, only 15 points, taking that spot out, making a sort of lane to the left of DE and AE, keeping the bonus-friendly EINOT. Difficult situation. His winning chances are, at this point, not that great, but still a lot of game to go. I would be spending a little while looking to see, can I not score some more down? Definitely using that spot by Daggers. You can't leave that. Yeah, he's looking at, okay, so ONIE for 21 points. Quackle likes that less, probably because with the DI there, the DI acts as a blocker, so he hasn't made a lane, but he may not necessarily need a bonus. He's only 16 points behind now. So I think that is reasonable. Femi back to some slightly clunky consonants, but some scoring tiles. He has a nice move top left underneath monocrat, which will net him quite a lot of points. So at this point, possibly not really going to be looking at working towards bonuses. Like I say, it's quite a blocked board, not very many bonus opportunities there. There'll be even fewer if he plays his move top left. He can score 36 points top left. They've both been using their time well, but playing reasonably fast, well over halfway through the game. And they have plenty of time left, and they may need it for the end game. The way things are going, it's very close. So, according to Quackle, Femi needs to get some venom on the board. Top left, venom for 36 points would be a good option. Keeping CT, plenty of vowels to come. blank still unseen. That looks good. In fact, that's easily the standout play. Could play VOM there. Slightly better leave of CENT, but I don't think it's worth the point sacrifice. So Venom looks like the move. I wonder if he's considering I believe that M goes on the front of ONIE, but he can't do anything very useful there. So given what's on Ed's rack as well, Femi looking like the favourite at this point to win this game, but it could still change. Right, he has gone pretty blocky there with Omar for just 18 points. Interesting. So he's looking for keeping a decent leave. So he could also have played VOM in the same place for 28. I'm off for keeping the same leave. And he's drawn very well after that. Ed must be slightly despairing. He just can't seem to get away from all these vowels. Hit by all of the E's. Well, not all, but he now has, 4 E's on his rack. Only 1 E unseen. But he's 34 points behind. I would be worried at this point with, I think, 13 in the bag. I would be starting to worry about where's that blank and where's the X. And sadly, unknown to him, they're both on Femi's rack, as they're going to be important for scoring. Not really a time when you want to be left with 1-pointers, with not that many lanes, and you're behind. Quackle is liking the option, a rather neat TEEL, which slots just nicely to the left of daggers. Overlaps there of TAE, Veg, Reg, and OLE. Scores 22 points. So he's opted for EVITE, chasing the blank and also keeping the front hook there, which is nice. You can put the L in front of there for Levite, which Femi will also know, I'm sure. But yeah, keeping that hook on his rack is nice. Get himself some points there, hopefully next time. What he doesn't know, however, is that Femi's got a really nice draw there. I can certainly see A7 on the rack. But does he actually have playable bonuses? He has a lovely play using 6 tiles for 44 points and actually holding on to the blank. So if he sees on his rack the possibility of making the blank an I for inexact, which was the first thing that I saw from that rack, and I'm thinking he's going to line that up now, then yep, he might look at the I that's already on the board and realise that he could play it there, holding back the blank. Not necessarily his best play, but quite tempting. Obviously, it opens up a lane and maybe not best to... Right, I was about to say possibly better to do Dex, DEX, but looks like he's maybe going for tax at the top, which is also fine, keeping CEN blank. Quackle likes the play of Dex, DX, down from the D of disowns. But either way, he's in with a very good chance of winning the game. Right, well, Ed's play of keeping the L hook there for Levi paid off really nicely. He has got a 7-letter word on his rack. I'm just hoping he's going to line that up soon. Feel sure that he must have known the L and played Evit deliberately, so hopefully. Right, a bit worrying that it's not lined up yet. He has, the word that he has is L-E-A-L, Leal, E-S-T. It's a comparative, I believe. I think it means faithful, as in loyal. So he has Lealist and Levite for 84 points, which would put him in the lead. And he absolutely has to spot that at this point to be in with a chance in this game. It would actually make him a favourite, I think, at this point. Will definitely be a word that he knows. He's got them lined up alphabetically, the same as a lot of players do, because presumably that is the way he will have studied. I'm hoping that he's going to recognise that there is something there. Come on, Ed. Tense moment. He definitely needs this now to be back in the game. This would put him 31 ahead if he spots it. And I haven't looked yet at Femi's, but they look slightly awkward, so absolutely essential. He can't have spotted it yet. It would have gone down. I'm wondering if it is the hook that he didn't actually set up. Very easy to overlook those hooks. So possibly doesn't realise the lane is there. It's difficult to say what his next best play is at this point, because using Quackle is going to assume, Quackle is going to assume that he knows about that L hook. And I think he does know about it. He has played Lam, L-A-M, keeping his other L and keeping some nice tiles. 35 points behind. Is that going to be costly? I was just about to say the Q is still lurking in the bag as well, so he doesn't want to hit the Q. And he's really been punished for that miss, sadly. The Q has found its way onto his rack. There's unlikely to be enough tiles to change. He'll be possibly be able to dump the Q. But he doesn't want to be missing I'm not actually sure where at this point, and he doesn't want to be missing a turn at this stage of the game just in order to get rid of the Q. So I'm afraid that could have been a bit of a killer. Femi doesn't actually have a playable bonus at this point, but still very much favourite to win the game. But he will also be worried about, is he going to hit the cue? He's 35 points ahead. Four tiles in the bag. So probably not going to want to empty the bag. There are slight possibilities of bonuses from the unseen. Obviously, if Ed didn't have the cue on the rack and he had something like an eye or something instead, maybe he would have something. With the Levite hook. So I think Femi needs to be looking at probably playing off 3 tiles. Scoring something around 20, puts him kind of 50 or so ahead. And then even if Ed did bonus, Femi should still be home and dry, holding on to the blank. The plays that Quackle likes are ones that fit really neatly in making mace at the top left. So fitting the C in there, he could play something like code in there or node. They score in the 20s. Very difficult position though. Okay, so yeah, same idea. He has played just the C and the N. That seems good. Holding on to any LD blanks. Still holding on to bonus type tiles, even though there may not be anywhere for him to bonus. Perhaps playing fewer tiles because he doesn't want to draw that cue. So I think I just heard them say 351. I believe the score is 357. So it's possible that they might, yeah, I think they've possibly got a scoring error there. So Femi might not be, he might actually be a little bit further ahead than he thinks he is. Of course, we're not allowed to correct scoring errors from the stream. If both players agree on the score, then that's what it is. So it is not looking all that very good for Ed with that cue. That Lealist miss is really cost, unfortunately. He needs to just play off the cue. There are 2 tiles in the bag. He needs to play off the cue, and he can't. I guess the best that he can hope is that the blank is still in the bag, so he might as well play off the 2 tiles. The blank's not. If the blank is on Femi's rack, he's lost anyway. He needs the blank to win. And a bonus with the cue, which is highly unlikely that one's going to go down. So it looks like he's looking at playing 2 tiles, emptying the bag. Looking at playing 2 of the consonants. He needs that blank. Two eyes not seen as well. It is possible, I guess, that Femi might decide to, depending what happens, play out 1 at a time and actually stick Ed with the cue. Quackle's having a long think about this one as well. They're just really very little that he can do. So I'm just looking to see if any other results are in yet. We've got Elie Dangoor is on 4 games, 4 wins and just 1 loss. So he's up at the top. Graham Hay doing very nicely there, and Ronan Dance also on 4-1. Harshan's result is not in yet. Yeah, so at the moment, only, depending what happens here, Femi and Harshan potentially going to be the only 2 unbeaten. And it does look as if this one is going Femi's way. So really great start to the tournament. I'm not sure if anybody's said in chat, but Femi's got a playable bonus as well. And he has got plenty of time to cycle through the alphabet for that blank. So potentially could end up with a big spread if he spots that. He's not lined it up yet on his rack. Poor Ed, really stuck here. What do? You can't get that cue off his rack. He needs that blank. Doesn't know which 2 to play off, given there's a chance that Femi will just bonus out anyway. Michael likes playing off the RT, but you've still basically got 0% chance of winning this game, unfortunately. So he's played off the TES. He's actually just going for spread, presumably at this point, and also to block that bonus lane. Femi actually had bylined. He had bylined, making the blank a B, BYLINED, just underneath there. So Ed has blocked that. I'm not sure he had spotted it. But if it was me, I would pretend I had at this point, because he's not going to get to play it. So yes, afterwards he can say it's all bylined. I'd be impressed if he spots his best play here. He can score 31 points. It probably slightly immaterial at this stage, but his best play is to make the blank a T and just play Fatty, Fatty, for 31 points, keeping Dinel, Dinel. I think I wouldn't be putting too much brain energy into it. He's only 22 ahead. 22 ahead. He also needs to factor in, though, that Ed has got the I now. So he can play his Q. He can play QI in 2 different places, so he isn't stuck with it. But Femi's still going to be fine. Of course, we don't know for sure what they have on the scores. I thought I heard from one of the things they said that Femi had got himself with slightly fewer points than he actually has. So he may think it's really close. And he's played coned. So he's popped the ED on there. which is all fine. They're all winning moves and very quickly. Ed puts down the QI. Blank, obviously an I there. Oh no, sorry, blank an I, no, getting confused. Oh, and Femi playing out. Yeah, I'm presuming that is kindly. He didn't have any time to think there. He could have scored from there. Well, I say, didn't have any time to think. I feel like neither of them has seen their Levite hook, because he could have scored 34 points from that hook. But I feel like they both missed that hook. So interesting game, lots to think about. It encourages me when we see misses on stream. It's so difficult, so rare as well for people to play perfectly. So yeah, really difficult. According to my scores, Femi has won by 48 points. They're talking about Levite, yeah. So I don't know which of them. I'm assuming they've just been told about that. So I think they just haven't seen that hook. Oh, poor Ed, now realised that Levite hook. I think they both missed it. Ooh. And I was thinking that he was playing to set it up. Yeah, they're checking it, whether it's actually a word. It is a word. It's a word. Ah, right. Right, we're going to go to a break now. Hope you enjoyed that one. That was a really interesting one from my point of view. We shall see you again shortly. Very much so, yeah. It should be a really good one. I'm looking at the stats between them. They've met surprisingly not very often. Mark not been playing so much recently. He was playing when I first started playing, so about 12 years ago, and then took quite a bit of a break. So only 4 games between them, standing at 3-1 to Mark. So yeah, very much everything to play for. Could go either way. Yeah, they're going to be good. They're both interesting players to watch and quite different styles as well. Mark tends to make it exciting by really going for it on his time. He's quite often right, even over time occasionally. He's not a fast player. He likes to find his absolute best play every time. So it's going to be, and Elie can be quite a fast player. So that is going to be interesting between them. Interesting to see how the time pans out. Yeah. Okay. Not the nicest looking combination, but some possibilities for taking some points. Has. Is it a, does it take a D? Is it actually a, yeah. Would you not play the D? I'm thinking I would play the D for the extra points. Mark is already showcasing some moves there. He had Chito-san, I don't know how you pronounce it. He is showing us all the 8s that he's got, lining things up on his rack with the gap missing. So he had a bonus through a T. He has a bonus through a Y that he's lined up on his rack. So he's lining up his possible options there. I don't think he's going to get one of those floaters that he needs. I would play the D on Meave. Elie hanging on to it. I think I would take the extra points. I'm really sorry if you're experiencing any issues with the sound. Joseph and I are having a lot of problems from hearing each other, so I'm not quite sure what you can hear your end. I may leave while Joseph does some commentary and hopefully be back soon. Just bear with us a few moments. Okay. Right, I believe that Joseph's having a problem with his sound, so I will carry on. And Mark I hadn't actually spotted that wasn't one of the ones that hasn't got one of the ones that he lined up. Very nice. He has spotted straight away Mohicans. That's gone down fairly quickly. So Mohicans on the board, playing the S into the triple letter. He's not going to be worried about that. You've got to play the bonus. And Elie with Radiums lined up. So we're off to a storming start. Radiums will play in a couple of different places. Well, several different places. He's taking a bit of time. I think he's probably on a hold, maybe thinking that Mohicans is like a proper noun, wondering whether to challenge or not. No, it looks like the move has been accepted. Mark has his tiles on his rack, yeah. And again, he's got, well, we're going to have a bonusy game to start. This ball's going to be blown absolutely open from the beginning. Ellie's spending a bit of time. I think I would probably be confident that I'd unlikely to have a bonus with the other through that S. So the obvious one to go for is to hook the S onto Meave and just play radiums there. He's got Mudirias through the I for slightly fewer points. Given that Mark has just bonus and has a random rack, although we know that he's got a bonus rack, I think I would be just blowing the board open with radiums, making Meaves. I wonder what Elie is thinking at this point. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, interesting. So Elie is taking this slightly lower score. Well, slightly, it's only 1 point different. He is going to hook the D on. So much more defensive move. Takes out those lanes, or restricts the lanes through the Mohicans letters. 74 points. Elie on 100. And Mark already got his next bonus
looks like
lined
Mark is
up on his
holding this
rack.
move, actually.
Looks like there's a challenge.
Yeah, there's going to be a challenge here.
I'm assuming that maybe it's going to be... I'm assuming that possibly Meave with the D is the word that's going to be challenged. Let's see. Which is going to get an extra 5 points for Elie. Or is it radiums? I can't see which word was actually challenged there, but I think it was just one of the words rather than both. So an extra 5 there. That's the issue with not learning meanings of things. I don't know. I possibly wouldn't have known that Meave took well, I knew from the first move, but maybe wouldn't have been sure. I think it was Meave that would have been challenged there. So privates, they're lined up on Mark's rack. Does he have anything else? He's just looking. 2 places that it plays. It still plays through either of the E's, even though it looks like the one is slightly obstructed. It will go through either of them. So Meave, apparently a verb meaning move. I'm very bad at learning definitions. I'm sure it would help me a lot with hooks. So yeah, it takes the D. And privates for 71 points. Going down straight away. Not what Elie wants to see, straight after his bonus. Putting Mark on 153, 105. Wide open board. Still got an S down there in the triple lane. Can Elie hit another bonus? I don't think so, not with those. He's got no vowels.
Did you have a preferred placement of privates there, Natalie, between those 2 E's?
No vowels, and would really have liked to have been playing through that S, I'm guessing, which he's not going to be able to. So at this point, you've just got to be looking at what can he score. He's only 40 odd behind, 48. What can he score? He's got some moves through the A of Mohicans. Something like Larky, maybe. Is he looking at maybe furry? Mark has drawn the first blank. And has lined something up on his rack. Nice play here by Elie. I like that. He's going for darkly. Nice word. 30 points, keeping FR. Taking a score. Putting him on 135. So although Mark's lined his rack up, I don't know whether he's trying to show us he would have something like outlawed with an L, or whether he's actually got a bonus in mind there. I'm assuming he's not thinking that outsword is a word, nice as it would be. I think this could be a move where we could see Mark taking a little bit of time. Ellie's rack kind of getting a bit more into shape there without the WOF. It's looking quite decent, so maybe he'll be able to score something with that. And I will say now that Mark has got no playable bonus from the rack. So the best that he could do really is to definitely get rid of the W. W's are not great bonus letters, possibly something like YOW. 27 points, still plenty of lanes and openings at the top. I don't think he would particularly be looking to leave that triple open necessarily, just because he's got the blank. It may well disappear next time. Elie could easily get some little 3-letter word in front of the S and get some points from it. So I think maybe something like yow. So I'm sure he's going to take a little while thinking about this. I'd say ideally he needs to get rid of the W, preferably keep the D as keeping a consonant. But it looks like he is considering WUD onto the S. I guess there are plenty of consonants still to play through. I think prefer yow just for the points. It's 27 points. WUDS is 24 and doesn't keep a consonant. It's going to be interesting to see if Mark takes a long time and if Elie speeds up how things are going to go in this game. Because Mark will absolutely not want to be missing a bonus. Five games in, 2 players unbeaten. We've got Harshan and Femi, both unbeaten. Zachary Dang, who we saw on stream earlier today, I believe, is doing really well. 4.5 wins, so just 4 wins and a draw. Excellent start by him. Okay, Mark has gone for that new word that I mentioned, UWU, uwu. Reasonable to play off, yeah. Seems reasonable to play off the 2 tiles that are obviously the standout worst tiles on his rack. The only thing about that, I guess, is that it doesn't score anything, but presumably he wants to leave that S at the bottom. But very quickly, Elie has indeed speeded right up. Maybe that's his tactic now, that he's going to play quickly. He's gone straight for SWARF. Not sure why he didn't just play WOFS there. It would have been a nicer leave of ANRT. But yeah, he's gone straight for it for an extra 3 points, keeping NOT. Right, Mark hit a bit of trouble in terms of playing a bonus, drawing the Q and the Z. A little bit unlucky there. And the score's pretty much level, 1 point in it. Ideally, you would be looking to ditch the Q first, as by far the worst of those 2 power tiles, but he can score big with his Z to the left of Mohican, so maybe he's just going to take the points. He could get actually 50 points if he uses the A as well. He's got Zo lined up, probably wants to keep the A to go with the Q. Just trying to work out what Elie's lining up on his rack there. Look like he might be going through a couple of disconnected letters, but I can't see it. So I think ZO looks like the play. And I am a little bit worried about the time he's taking, because I feel like Ellie's going to capitalise later or try to. "10 minutes used with lots of game left to go." I played Mark for the first time in 2013, I think, at the BMSC, when I was completely ignorant about the whole of Scrabble. I'm sorry to say I had absolutely no idea who he was. Somebody said you're playing Mark Nyman. Can't believe I didn't know. I knew very little about Scrabble at the time. And somehow managed to, I think that's probably because I had no idea who he was and completely drew the bag. I haven't done quite so well against him since. He's got to be going for ZO. Wondering what's going through his head there. Yeah, there we go. Unlikely to bonus next time, so I'm presuming he's looking at that I and thinking he might get QADI next time. Right, I was expecting Elie to just slap something down now to try and hurry him up, but he's also taking a little bit of time. Just wondering what he's got lined up. TOPEN. Ah, okay. Right, that's a nice play. Top men through the M of radiums. 29 points. Quackle liking point just through the I of privates. 3 fewer points, but keeping ENT. I think top men looks good though. keeping him in touch. 194 and Mark on 214. It just looks like Mark is considering Quaered there. He's got it lined up on his rack. Is indeed a word, plays for 81 points. So I don't know what would be going. I guess he's thinking, yeah, there we go. So played in 2 spots, 81. He's going for the highest spot. There we go. It's going to be a bit of a blow to Elie. It's going to put Mark on 295. Elie on 197. So 100 to catch up from this point. Great play by Mark. Also a little bit lucky there. Quite surprising to get the bonus with the Q, having played off the Z. Really good. Well spotted. Elie got sexting lined up on his rack. I don't know if he was actually planning on playing that through the eye. I guess it's possible, but anyway, now blocked. So he has one standout move. Oops. Or he would, beg your pardon, I've put, not helped by the fact that I've put 8 tiles into Quackle, and he's now, according to me, got 8 tiles on his rack. He doesn't have what I thought he had. But yeah, he's lined up Xing, which is probably his best play. 30 points. You have to try so hard at this point to kind of not take any notice of the fact that you're 100 behind. There's an awful lot of game left. It can definitely turn round from here. Blank to come. All the S's, I believe. Yeah, all the S's are now gone. 3 on the board and 1 on Elie's rack. But another blank to come. Xing is really his best option. Needs to get rid of some of those consonants. 30 points is decent score. And yeah, we're going to see that go down. So just a bonus behind now. 70 or so behind. This is the point at which, if I'm Elie, I want to see Mark changing or scoring very little. But he's drawn the J. The other good thing about Xing is it restricts parallel plays down using QI. Be able to, so somebody may be able to score a little bit down there, but it's not going to be a big threat. Right, great play again. Mark is playing JAG onto the existing G there, so making J double G. He had a higher scoring option. He could have played GJEAT to the left of AERE, right on the triple there, which would have been a really nice 52 points, but leaving himself with GGL. So probably not worth the extra points for what he would have left. Is Elie going to make the same mistake that I did and hook an S onto UWU? I think probably not. So, because he's got a bonus now on his rack. He has battens on his rack, but I'm not sure he has anywhere to play it. The best that he can actually do is to score some points down to the left on that triple next to the ERE and keep himself a nice something like tab there, keep himself ENST. But unfortunately, he's counting on an S bonus, and at the moment, there's nowhere to play one. And Mark, being far ahead, is not going to open a lane for him. So difficult situation for Elie. He almost needs to make another lane, but by doing a few points. Looks as though he has split BAT away from the rest of the rack, so playing to the left. Actually, TAB obviously scores a little bit more for 31. But he knows that where is he going? Yeah, there we go. TAB, yeah. But the trouble is, where is his bonus going to go? He's going to have to hope perhaps for an 8-letter word. So, yeah, 258 then for Elie, 334 for Mark. Mark got onglet lined up on his rack. I think that's possibly one of the new words. Well, reasonably new word. I don't know if he's looking to play it particularly, but it does play. Always a good idea, or can be a good idea when you're ahead, to get through the tiles. Rush towards the end of the game while you're ahead before your opponent has a chance to catch up. So onglet looks a good move on a board that is not all that bonus friendly. Quackle likes a move which is a 6-letter word using 4 of the tiles through the R and the G. Playing Orogen, 21 points. I quite like the look of onglet there. I think I would be looking to go for some tile turnover, and it's quite blocky. Yeah. There's always a chance as well, depending on the opponent, that with one of the newer words, you're going to get a challenge. £17 points. I was just wondering, so I think we may have got a hold there. As I say, it's one of the newer words to come in. It was interesting the way Mark put it down. The GLET went down first, and I could see Elie was kind of wondering what was going to come in front of it. And yeah, it looks like it wasn't. Yeah, and it's going to get a challenge. I think it's a foodie word. I generally know the foodie words. But yeah, it's going to come back fine. And it's blocky. It's blocked the lane from that A. It's blocked the lane from the G. Nice play there. So yeah, an extra 5 points there for Mark. Elie's rack is still not really Ys and Is together. Don't tend to go hugely well. And yeah, Elie's drawn 2 Is and a Y to go with his nice leave. And the board is getting choked. Very tricky. It's so difficult with any of these players of Mark's type of caliber. If you get behind, it is so difficult to get control of the board. You just know that you're not going to be able to make anywhere for the bonuses that you really need. Nice play though by Elie, playing off Tivy. I like that very much. Could have held on to the T, possibly. I don't think there's much to choose. Possibly holding the T. I think the bag is slightly foul heavy, but yeah, an extra 4 points for using the T there. So yeah, nice play. 303 to Elie, not that far behind now, and 356 to Mark. And Elie with a nice leave, so we will see. So Mark lined up FOEHN, the first 5 tiles, that came out, making a word on his rack, and then the B and the U, which wasn't all that helpful with them. Poor Elie is not drawing well. He kept such a nice leave, and that was a nice play with Tivy, and he's drawn IIU, which is really, really not what he wanted to see at this point. So Mark just 53 ahead, not safe yet, but very restricted board in terms of bonuses. He needs to keep the board tight. He might be looking in the bottom left-hand corner, maybe, playing through that N of Mohicans. He can score kind of 20 or so down there. Possibly not going to be too worried about his leave. He's not going for bonuses. He just needs to score and stay ahead, not open up. Sorry, I feel slightly, maybe I shouldn't be saying he's thinking. He's probably thinking something completely different, being rated a lot higher than I am, but I'm just thinking through how I would be thinking at this point. He's not really going to be able to keep a particularly nice leave, whatever he does. Mark's time is, yeah, not too bad in terms of the number of tiles left. He should be all right. Something like FONE. This is where I just don't have the capacity, I think, to think it through. I'd just be thinking, well, I need to not open. I'll stick FONE down in the bottom left. And if he wants a bonus lane, he's going to have to open something up. It keeps me kind of a bonus ahead. Right, something different from Mark. Okay, so he wants to hold on to his vowels, having saw him checking his tracking there. Interesting. I'm wondering what his reasoning is behind FEH. Possibly wanted to get rid of the 2 higher consonants and is still looking at, I suspect he's definitely looking at what he might play next time and what is holding back. But Elie has not drawn well. He's got 3 I's and a U, which is pretty grim at this point. I'm wondering if I would be even considering changing his 73 behind. He can make use of, I guess, of the I with the QI. He's got uni lined up. My worry for that would be how much am I going to give back again? I'm going to score 28. I'm probably going to give exactly the same back again. But that's what he has done. Only 1 more I left unseen, so unlikely to draw one. And Mark got a reasonably friendly looking rat there. just 45 points ahead. So he must be feeling not completely safe with the blanks still to come and only 5 minutes on his clock. Mark never seems hassled by the time pressure. I've seen him go low on time many, many games and overtime as well. The thing is, like most players of his sort of level, if he needed to play really quickly, he absolutely can. Okay. So yeah, as kind of suspected, 30 points for him there in the spot opened by Uni. So a little bit of a trade of moves there, and Mark coming off a couple of points ahead. Quackle actually prefers him playing, not using that spot, playing something like EUOI. I call that much. Tab looks good to me. Stay a bonus ahead. There are no scoring tiles left really. So Elie needs a bonus. And Mark's going to make sure he doesn't have anywhere for one. Completely be killed by Mark. I'm not quite sure how at the moment. Checking his tracking. Interesting point that you can see them players at this level, they're checking their tracking throughout the game. It's not just for the end game. Very important throughout to know what's left, a balance of probabilities of what might be coming up. Right, so he's playing Idea. Quite like this. This is using 4 tiles, which is good in this situation, trying to chase the goodies that are in the bag. It does make Lane, although slightly difficult one to use, but it means that Mark has possibly got to do something with it. He's also kind of luring Mark to open up from that A to the triple. And Elie has hit the blank. So scores then, 356 to Elie, 406 to Mark. Elie with a nice bonus friendly rack there. 3 tiles in the bag, so quite a lot for Mark to think about with 4 minutes on his clock. Mark still, I would think, should be favourite to win this game. He just needs to play it really cautiously. He definitely can't afford to open the bag. And he needs to find some way of obstructing that lane that's to the right of Idea. One possibility, he could play something like 00 next to the ON of Onglet, making that lane a lot more difficult for Elie to parallel down. Elie must have many bonus options there. I don't know if he's lining up ones that fit currently. 3 minutes on Mark's clock. I wonder if we will see him going overtime. Mark's hand covering the tiles there. He's got 3 O's, U and ELN. Got to play 2 tiles. I think double O to the right of the ON of Onglet. It's got to be up there amongst his best options. That would make it really difficult for Elie to bonus. Elie would have to play one tile to make another lane, which Mark is going to hopefully be able to kill. I think that's idolised that Ellie's lining up a few different possibilities, but he needs to wait because things are going to change in that area of the board. Oof, is Mark going to Mark looking like he might be? Nope, not going to empty the bag. Wow, okay. So he has played double O, but not where I expected him to play it. I think possibly because it is more points and maybe he feels that he can withstand a bonus from Elie. He's 70 ahead now. So 20 points for double O where he played it. Very interesting move. Elie's got his playable bonus lined up. He would score 79 points for Iolites. And it's not going to be the play. He cannot. It's always interesting at this point that mostly bonusing is the correct move. Mostly it's not often correct to turn down a bonus, but if Elie bonuses, he's not going to win. He needs to play one tile. As Mark will easily score enough in his next move. McQuackle is saying some very strange things and implying that the bonus would win, but I don't actually believe that's correct. A frustrating Quackle in the pre-end game is not always right. I don't think it quite counts the missing the unused tiles correctly. So Ellie's got to play off an eye, and he has. With 1 minute for Mark. Good for Mark that he's got that C. I'm just wondering if he's going to be able to use that as a bit of a blocker so that he doesn't inadvertently make another lane. But Elie has got super, super flexible tiles. So much for Mark to think about there. Right. Playing quickly of Cooley. 30 points for Cooley. He needs to get that down. His time is nearly out. He can't afford to lose the points on going over time. So he is going to let Elie have one of the many bonuses that he's got available to go out. So good, a really well-played game by both of them there. Elie's probably going to take his time. He's got lots of bonus options for going out. If he spots his best ones, he could score 84 points, but it's not going to be enough. Mark put himself about 100 ahead. So really interesting play by Mark there, that double O, that N double O. He was just taking the points to make sure that he stayed far enough ahead and actually allowing Elie the bonus. Well, didn't have much option, but giving Elie the bonus at the end there, but he had stayed far enough ahead to withhold it. Interesting game. Actually, Cooley is on hold at the moment. Yeah, I didn't miss the fact that Elie said hold. He's probably realising that he cannot win if Cooley is a word. I know it as a normal word rather than a Scrabble word, but I think it's going to be challenged. Elie has to challenge. It's the only, unless he's absolutely 100% sure, he has to challenge because he knows that he can't win, if that's a word. I think I know all of the foodie words for some reason, so I'm quite sure it's a word. Is that two foodie words that have been challenged? Oh, yeah. 359 and 456, they've agreed on the scores, which is what I have as well. Great ending to this game. Ellie's got as long as he likes to decide whether to challenge or not. Mark has no tiles to draw from the bag. So he can decide whether or not he's going to challenge, but he must, I presume he needs to score sort of 90-something to win from there. Elie just checking that he's got, which he has, he's got as much as no time. Normally your opponent will get a courtesy draw, meaning that after 30 seconds of being on hold, they can draw their tiles, which they have to keep separately from the normal from their other tiles on their rack, but at least they can be thinking, but the bag's empty. So Elie can decide, look at the best scoring bonus that he can find and decide whether or not to challenge. And I'm thinking he will challenge. Yeah, here we go. So it's going to give Mark another 5 points. Good. A matchup of the sort of calibre that we would hope for from these two. Really well played by both of them. So Ellie's best bonuses, he's got a couple of choices which have quite a number of overlaps, which score 84. Not the easiest to find. And interestingly, the next ones after that, yeah, he's actually gone for one of the lower ones. But yeah, the others, actually, let's see, he hasn't finished yet. Let's see. The lower ones are only scoring 67 or 69. But if he spots one of the higher ones, he can get 84 points. Not easy under pressure. Just over 2 minutes. Such a lot of mental energy needed, and it's only day one. Oh, here we go. It looks like he is going to find one of the higher ones. Excellent. Yeah, very nice. So another food word. It's been a very foodie game. Rissole going down for 84 points. So well found there by Elie. Which means Mark will be the winner by 16 points. I believe Elie on 444 and Mark on 460. Bit of a dispute over there. It's hard with all those overlaps sometimes to work out exactly what the score is for the move. 84. Yeah, 444-460. Oh, very tense game there. I'm going to go through it. We are going to go to another break again. So I hope you enjoyed that one more game today. We will be back with you shortly. Hi, welcome back. We've got the final game of the day. Another excellent matchup. So we have got Wayne Kelly on the left there going first, Grandmaster, and Craig Solomons, expert, on the right-hand side of your screens. Should be a great match. Two players who I've played myself on many occasions. Wayne does so much for the UK Scrabble scene, so much more. Recently, he's been doing so much organising and not so much playing, hasn't had time to play. So it's really nice to see him back here playing and on stream. He's had a good day so far. And Wayne first to play. Okay, let's have a look at what he's got. So we've got the X there, the not so nice W and G. Standout play there, which he's immediately lined up, of D-Wax, getting the X to hit the double letter. Some players will be thinking about D-Waxing as a possible extension. The one good thing there for Wayne is that he already holds one of the three. He's keeping back one of the three tiles from D-Waxing with the L there. So, sorry, the G. It's been a long day, so if he draws an I and N, then he could get D-Waxing himself next time. So D-Wax is by far the top play there for 48 points. Craig has lined up to show us that if he had an N there, he would have the 8-letter word Faburden, which would be a very nice play. Unfortunately for him, no N. And it is not looking quite such a nice rack without the N there. Craig, a player who, like me, came into live Scrabble from online play. He used to play in the online leagues, some of the same ones that I started off in. He came in and was immediately did very well in live play, and has now gained expert status, which is 5 years of playing above a particular rating throughout the year. A London player, very strong player. He's got Fader lined up on his rack. I'm assuming he's looking at playing that above, parallel to D-Wax. And another option there, he could play Fader with a U in the middle, so Fader, F-A-D-E-U-R, across the top of D-Wax for 41 points, which would be a nice play. Meanwhile, Wayne has drawn very well and will certainly have a lot of different bonus options from that rack, I would say, even with Craig's parallel play. So he's gone for Fader. BU is not a particularly nice leave, but 40 points. You've got to take the points, making it possibly a little bit harder for Wayne. Taking out all those floaters, but Wayne will definitely be playing a bonus on this turn. He has an 8-letter word down from the D, which will be his best scoring option. But failing that, he's got some other good options for 80 points or so. We'll probably spend a little bit of time on this. Although Wayne's not been playing so much lately, I'm just having a look. These two will have met many times across the board. So indeed, we have got 19 games recorded between them on the ABSP records, of which Wayne has won 11. So he is up on Craig. Looks like he's kind of, not sure what he's looking at there. The 8 that he's got down from the D, maybe not the easiest one to spot, is Danegeld. Nice word, D-A-N-E-G-E-L-D. I'm fairly sure Wayne will know that word, but not the easiest. It's a slightly strange construction. So it will also be the first time that Wayne will have been on stream for a while, as given that he hasn't played for a while. He has got things like gleamed, underlapping for 80 points, but yeah, everything that he's going to play is going to have to include quite a few parallel plays now. Got Dangoor now lined up on his rack, which also plays. I'm wondering if putting Dangoor there might lead to him seeing Dane Gelt, which is not so different, it's possible. Craig, on the other hand, has not got very nice combinations there. Again, the U and the two I's together. He'd got something lined up that looked like Rubaiyat, which is possible if the A ends up floating in space. Yeah, I think Wayne going for gleamed, which is absolutely fine. He could actually have moved it along just a couple of spaces for an extra 5 points. So just 2 spaces along to the right. Tricky to see with all those overlaps. So 75 points for Wayne. Really not very nice combinations there for Craig. I'm not sure what he's thinking in the way that he's got them split there on his rack. He's got a nice play through the L of gleaned, which is not a word that I knew as a Scrabble word, not necessarily his best move, but Tilbury, Tilbury, through the L. 26 points and clears out his rack, hoping for something better. He's got by lined up, B-U-Y, which is the best that he can score, putting the B underneath the A of glean there. It's just whether he's going to want to keep double IRT. I think he probably does need to do that and take the points. Yeah. BUY is going on the board. I think that was his best option. He just has to hope that he draws some friendly, an E and maybe an N, or some friendly tiles to go with double IRT. So 73 to Craig. Wayne got an S. Nothing, not a bonus this time, but some quite friendly tiles. And Craig has lined up an 8 of his spotting these 8s and showing us them very quickly. He has lined up in Verity this time, unfortunately not going to happen. So Wayne would like to get rid of those duplicate R's, possibly. He could play something like Lurex with the LUR onto EX, 24 points, but keeps a nice friendly, keeps him ahead, keeps a really nice friendly AHRS. That looks like a very good move. And it is indeed Crackle's top option. Certainly looks like that's what he's thinking about. And there we go. Nice play there by Wayne. 24 points. So he is around a bonus ahead at the moment, and a very nice leave on his rack. And Craig sitting there with the in verity without an N. His best option probably is still to try and keep bonus-friendly letters. So he could play something like Ivy and ABY. Keeping RITE. Board is still fairly open for bonuses. Nice to see that Wayne has got warthogs lined up there without the W. Okay, so he's going a bit more for tile turnover and a bit more, slightly more score. Verity for 32 points. I like this move. I would be slightly worried about that big hot spot above the E with the Z and some other clunky consonants not out yet. That is more worrying than putting the V in that triple lane there. Also noticed that Wayne had got Staghorn with an N. So Wayne needs to take a bit of time here because he has got a playable bonus. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Not always easy to see when one of the letters involved is a blank. I have to admit that when we play friendly games, we sometimes get a little piece of paper with and write the letter on and put it on top of the blank. Not good for tournament practice, I know. But it's so easy to miss what those blanks are. So he's lined up shortage on his rack, which has got to be his best move. Very nicely found. And that is going down. Yeah, that would have been an easy one to miss. So Paul Craig is not drawing hugely well, although luckily for him that V is still there. So he can clear out his rack a little bit by playing Virid down from the V. He will just be looking to see what other opportunities Wayne might have made with his play. 114 points behind at this point. So Virid is one option. Quackle actually liking a play through that E of Verity. Maybe partly it scores, but also I think it is quite good possibly to take that out. He's going with Virid. There's still the option of a ZA or something in that spot. Quackle is coming up with Medii, MEDII, through the E of Verity. A nicer leave of AIR. But Virid also a good play. Right, Wayne has lined up EUPNOAN on his rack. And is obviously trying to decide. It is kind of close to not actually a word. It is close to a couple of words, but not actually a word. And hopefully he's going to, realise pretty soon. Just one bonus ahead now. He's about 70, 80 points ahead. He's looking at unopen. So is it a good idea to play long at this stage? Low up your rack with unopen? Or would you be trying to keep bonus friendly letters? There's a lovely 6-letter word playing 5 of his tiles that scores 28 points. I don't know if anyone in chat will be able to spot that. It is a lot of overlaps. It's a really nice play. He's almost had it lined up a couple of times. I don't know, this looks like a good equity play that he's got lined up here, playing NOUP. which would be to the left of shortage, keeping a nice ANE, scoring 29 points. It looks good. So the 6-letter word, in case anybody spotted or didn't spot it, was nounal, Nounal, right parallel to shortage onto the L of gleaned, which would have been really nice. It's only the same amount of points, 28 points, almost the same, keeping NPE. That would have been a very nice play. Noop, now it looks excellent too. I'm just looking at Craig and the hat. I've been thinking maybe I should wear a hat for tournaments. I know I have absolutely no poker face whatsoever, and I think it does make it harder for players to, your opponent to perhaps read you if you can. I think, yeah, good thing to hide under. Craig, quite difficult to read. Wayne has gone for NOUP, 429. And I think that was possibly, Craig was looking at playing MOUP there. Possibly that was what he had got lined up as well. So he's now having to look elsewhere. And he has got some scoring options on the place that the spot that has been created by Wayne there. I want to tell Wayne to alphabetize his rack so I can look at it more easily. I'm going to have to I have to keep jotting them down. I can only see things when they're alphabetized. So in terms of just scoring points, something like Puma, Puma, making PUH is a good option for Craig. IOT, maybe not the best of leaves, but a lot of points to turn down. And Wayne has got his tiles split, presumably into ones that he's thinking of playing and thinking of keeping. But to the left of Noop or Naup is where Craig's going to be looking to play. He's looking at UMP, which is one of Quackle's top choices. 37 points. Neither of them particularly fast or particularly slow players, both normally pretty good at just using their time. I'm just having a look at their standings so far to see how they are both doing. I know Wayne was, Wayne is on 4 wins, so 4-2, and Craig the same. So both, doing similarly well, also similar. Wayne slightly ahead on spread, but similar. And UMP was one of Quackle's top choices. So nice play there by Craig, 37 points. Wayne still a bonus ahead with sort of bonus friendly letters, but possibly can't score that much. So not quite clear what he should do. The GOE is probably his best. Yeah, good. There we go. For score and leave, he can score 26 points. And again, another really strong equity play, putting him over 100 ahead and keeping a very friendly AENT on his rack. Craig has what looks like quite a hopeful sort of rack there, but I don't believe he's actually got anything playable. We're running out of floaters on the board. I'm just looking at both of them actually to see whether there are any tells. It's always interesting. Wayne has drawn such a nice rack, but there's nothing particularly to give any clues there that he's got such great tiles. Craig has correctly, I think, split the FA away from the rest of his rack. Because those are the two tiles that probably are less bonus friendly and that he can, well, not the A, but he can actually score with them. He can score in the spot that I kept looking at for the possible for the Z. He can play the FA there for 30 points, keeping nice bonus friendly tiles. But I'm presuming that next time Wayne is likely to be bonusing from the D, probably. So he's got them, I always have my tiles like Craig, I've always got them in a 7 like that on my rack, so presumably people can't, well, in theory, people can't tell whether you've got a bonus or not, although I'm told that I have lots of tells when I play. Wayne did have his separated out. And back together again now. These are the sort of things that can give your opponents clues as to what you've got. And yet, nice play again by Craig. 30 points there, just puts him 1 bonus behind. But little note to him, he's about to be 2 bonuses behind. Actually, I'm not absolutely sure. I said Wayne is getting to bonus from the D, but I'm not sure he has one from the D. So, but he does have plenty of bonus options. Again, Craig has spotted a 7, lined it up on his rack. And it does, Craig's 7 does play, making Gora, G-O-R-E-R. Wayne's highest scoring move is 84, if anybody in the chat can see it. It's a pretty, well, obviously a high probability bonus with those letters, but he can score 84, and then he has others in the 70s. But it is unlikely, I would say it's unlikely to be playing in the spot where Craig's bonus is fitting, so likely to be seeing bonuses from both of them. I would be cycling through the alphabet, going through all the many options. He wants to be, hasn't got one from the D, needs to be looking at the most possible overlaps, really, underneath the RITY of Verity is where his best option is. This is a sort of rack that I just hate having on stream because I just think I've got 200 options that everybody's commenting about and I can't see them or can't see what the best one is. And there we go. Very nice. That is indeed his best. Highest score, 84 points. Craig going to be very disappointed to see that going down just as he was about to draw kind of more or less level. He now finds himself 2 bonuses behind, but still quite a lot of game to play. just realising that actually, so Wayne has challenged. And for some reason, when, is it Gora that he's checking? Was it just Gora that he was checking? Yeah. Yeah. I actually thought that was okay as well. So, yeah. I've just realised what the 2 5s are from that. Not, in fact, Gora. So even more of a blow, unfortunately, for Craig. Obviously, he's not going to be given a spot for that bonus. Wayne got the J and the Z now for scoring potential. He's 150 ahead. He can afford to just try and take some points with either the J or the Z. So he's going for the Z first of all, playing Zona. He had a very nice and very unlikely to spot play through the ODA. He could have played a double-double without using the J or the Z of nodation, which would have been very Nigel-y for 40 points, keeping the J and the Z. I don't think many people are going to be seeing that. And Craig, always horrible when you've had a bonus challenged off. You're quite far behind and you just know it's unlikely there's going to be a lane. Quackle giving a possible opening up by playing Elie, making limos, top left. I always think the problem with that, opening a 9 timer like that, it's just going to get killed straight away. I don't know if Quackle doesn't take into account the human element somehow and thinks that the opponent might play elsewhere, but yeah. Okay. So, less said about the next move, the better, but Craig playing off the C and the T. There are 2 S's unseen, and he is holding one of them. But little does he know that he has given Wayne a massive scoring spot there. It's going down. Jinx going down straight away. Nothing really to think about there. Really unlucky because there was only one other S unseen, and of course for Wayne to be sitting on it and be able to score 70 was pretty unlikely, but there you go, it happened. And QI gone down straight away from Craig. Again, nothing really to think about. His chances of winning this game, unfortunately, got to be pretty close to 0 at this point. He is 2 bonuses behind. $460 to Wayne already. Hit a slightly dodgy looking rack, but hopefully it won't matter. So would he be looking to take out bonus lanes or just to score? I don't normally like to see the W. It's a horrible, horrible tile. But he could keep the W and he could play TAI for 27 points to the right of shortage, making 3 longer words there, most PUHA and POI. So it's a nice score, 27 points. But he might be wanting to look at those lanes at the bottom of the board and seeing if he can kill any of the spots there. He's got Owie lined up, which is a move that was played in a game that I was playing yesterday. My son was there and asking what it meant. Pretty sure it's like an injury or an exclamation on an injury. So Owie plays for 16 points, but not necessarily positionally. I guess it is fine. It kind of restricts it just hooks on top of the N of Artesian. Wayne quite low on time. Yeah, that looks fine. Playing an Owie there. I believe it does take an S. Wayne so far ahead now. He should be fine. He's nearly 200 ahead. Craig's rack is nearly okay, but sadly not quite. He's going to be forced to play off probably a couple of those tiles for not too much score. He could always cash in the H, making mosh to the top left. Either OH or EH there would be a good option. 30 points, leaving nice tiles on his rack. So very unlikely to win from this position, but he can certainly cut the spread down if he can get another bonus down. So Wayne not quite got oatmeal, but oatmeal on his rack. Okay, so an HE the other side at the top from Craig. Interesting place, slightly fewer points, but opening a lane there for a D, although I don't believe there is a D unseen. It's 28 as opposed to 30, it's very little difference. Right, and Craig has hit certainly some sevens. There are a number of sevens from that rack, which are currently playable. Is Wayne going to be able to manage to block? I suspect not all of them. Kostrel, the one that's lined up. I think I can't remember if there are 4 or 5 sevens from that rack, but Kostrel plays onto making owies for a nice score. Wayne unusually low on time. I mean, he must be reasonably confident he's got the win in the bag. I suppose there is, though, the outside chance. Just checking if there's enough tiles left for Craig to have 2 bonuses, which is what he needs. He's lining up all of the different sevens there for us to have a look at. There are indeed quite a few. And there are just about enough. Depends. Wayne needs to play a slightly longer word, I think. Do you get to the end? He's actually got male boat there with a B. I wonder if he's thinking that he's got some bonus there. Quackle liking playing long, and taking out a lot of the bonus lanes is a really nice move available. Not a word that I know, a 6-letter word, Tomial, just underneath the AN of Artesian. 24 points. Presumably does not take an S, knocks out quite a few of those bonus lanes. That would be a bit of a killer. But it's as a 6 that doesn't take an S, not words that Scrabble players tend to study, not initially anyway. So given that that is a very tricky spot, there are various kind of 3- and 4-letter plays that will score around 20 and should keep things fairly safe. And he has gone for oat just to restrict those lanes. And a good job there of blocking Kostrel. Craig playing quickly to put Wayne under time pressure, I suspect. Plus, I'm not sure he had many different options at that point. Yeah, Lectors were by far his best play. The only other one that he had was Crottles through the T. Interestingly, Quackle has got another option for him of what we saw in the last game, not bonusing at that point. So he could have played Telco, Telco, leaving the O in the triple lane, because a 9-timer would obviously be a better chance for him of winning. But again, that 9-timer lane is not staying there. All of Quackle's options, which it sees as very, very slight winning chances, involve not bonusing, but a really difficult thing to do at that stage and to work out what the best option would be. So Wayne home and dry, trying to work out his best play there. Is he going to spot his bonus? The hook, which I missed when I thought that demos was being set up. I missed the other front hook for EMOS. Is Wayne going to spot it? He will absolutely know the 7, 100%. I hope he's not upset afterwards when he realises that he didn't see the hook for this. Okay. So nothing wrong with that. Mensa. Nice intelligent play to finish off. But yeah, he had Miniola and Memos. Mensa has given Rick Bivia, which is going down pretty quickly, down to the right-hand side. Wayne got his tiles lined up ready because he's only got a few seconds. He's got his tiles lined up. Oil, there we go. 8 points and out. And managed to avoid going over time. Stressful at the end there. Okay, so Wayne's still well over 500. I believe 527 to Wayne and 423. It's a nice win there for Wayne. Some tricky racks for Craig. And yeah, Gora, a mistake that I think I would have made despite the fact that I know the 2 5s perfectly well. I think I've made that mistake before. So I hope you have enjoyed the commentary today. I apologise that we have I've been on my own, and a few of us have been on our own. We've had a few problems with co-commentating. I hope you've enjoyed the games. I think we've had some really good games today. I am signing off now, just to remind everybody, day 2 then tomorrow, the first game at 9 o'clock. So thank you very much to everybody that tuned in today and for your patience, and hoping you are enjoying the stream. We are. It's been very exciting, and we will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We've got some different commentators for you tomorrow. It's all going to be a good day. I'm going to be back for a couple of games in the afternoon. We will see you tomorrow.